Hi, and welcome to the tutorial that goes along with the mini album that was made using Authentique's new Always collection. And sorry, can't get all that. And the cardstock that I used was our Artisan cardstock in kind of a burgundy. It has almost it is a burgundy, but it does have somewhat of a rusty tint to it. So for the base pages, so I'm only going to make one on camera, and of course I'll stop the camera and come back. The base is 9 by 8, and then you're going to want an 8 by 8. So we're going to have just your regular pocket pages. Like I said, I'm only going to make one on camera because these are pretty, your common pockets. Okay, let me just get that off of there. I know my poor scoreboard. I'm going to start by just scoring on each end at 1/2 inch. And if you're new to watching my tutorials, one thing that you may notice I don't do in my album making is I don't use Tyvek. I don't use, some of the other projects, because with this paper or product, like book binding stuff, this paper, it's such a nice linen paper, you don't need it. It's very strong and it's very durable. So you shouldn't have your cracking problems at all. Now, after we scored it 1/2 on each side, I always like to check from side to side that everything matches. As long as everything matches, I'm happy with the fit. I will go ahead and miter that top corner just a little bit. Gives it that cleaner look when you have your pockets there. And this is a heavier cardstock. It's over 80 pounds, so I do have to furnish it quite well. I'm using my art glue. Now the end that's not mitered is where it will sit on the hinge. I'm just going to line that up. Sorry, I like to use I use a dry diaper wipe. No lint hardly, and it just is really great at picking up any of the excess glue. Now when putting my page down, so that's why I only glue one side. It's sticking out just a hair. So now I'm going to be able to put this in my cutter, but my cutter is large, so it's to the left of me. I'm just going to trim a little bit off. It's better to fix it at this point than try and do it with a razor blade and taking the chance of cutting into your fold here. And then you've ruined your whole page. Been doing so many live videos, I forget, excuse me, to stay in the camera. We have a scrapbook group called Scrapbookers of Country Craft Creations, of course. We also have a live coffee talk group on Facebook where we do all our live tutorials. So I decided it's time I need to get a YouTube video done because we've been doing everything just live. Now, I'm not too worried. That's a little off because it's going to sit on the hinges, and that's all there is to making that pocket page. So I'm going to have 5 of these in my album, so you need to go back through and make 4 more. Okay, I was trying so hard to be so good, but let me tell you what happened. I had a phone call, and I didn't get my camera shut off, and I couldn't change things. So let me just back up a little bit. When you cut your paper, you would have had all these 4 by 12 and 4 by 8 sizes. So what I did is I took a 4 by 12 and cut it down to 4 by 9. And I'll watch this better. I apologize. So I scored my pocket at 1/2 inch here and then 1/2 inch on both sides. I cut my corners. Now we'll put it together. These two are the 4x8s. We're going to put those to the side. They're going to be that the flap that we're going to be using. One thing that I had mentioned before, I forgot to, well, I had to answer the phone, but it's now been silenced, is using the clothespins. They're like my extra set of fingers. I started using the art glue last summer, and I do use the score tape. So we will use score tape on the front of my album. I am very happy using the glue to put my albums together. It dries quickly, and I haven't had any issues. And I just take like the spatula, make sure nothing's stuck. That one's good. And then your page. One thing before I did fold these, but I didn't get it on the camera, is make sure that we're going to be good side by side. If you're using score tape, you can add that. You can use your, I'll tell you, the art glue, glitter glue is fabulous. Dries fast. I have had no trouble with it in humidity. It does not make your papers wet, and it's very easy to use. It dries quickly though. You do want to get it down. So there we have the pocket. Now see, we have the two, we will be having the two photo mats here. So this is where we're going to be using, where we have that flap that is also a pocket. Now I like to have it just a hair short so that it's noticeable that it is a flap. Sometimes we don't know. So this is a perfect size. And I'm going to score it on the end at 1/2 inch. Now, because I wasn't sure, I'll tell you what happened. I wasn't sure about my spacing between the pocket and the flap. Now, also with this, we're going to have the tags that will hold this flap down. We are going to have to cut another piece of paper since this fits so well. And I do try to use the scraps first. So we're going to cut a piece that is 5 inches by 7. So you're going to need a 5 by 7 piece of cardstock. And I am going to have to cut that one. Everything moved. So we're going to score here on the 7-inch side at 1/2 inch, down alongside, and then we need to do it again on the opposite end because we need the top open. And I like these little pockets. I kind of call them my hideouts. They're where you want to put in a tag, especially if you're going to journal on it. Maybe you want it to be private, especially on a wedding album. And you don't want the journaling right out in the open. You know, you don't mind if people see it, but you just don't want it out in the open. Before I put this down, I do want to grab this piece. Now I'm folding this under. This should match right here at the end making sure we match side to side. And it does have a space there, so you can pull your tag out. Now, it's probably the way I cut mine, but you can see I've got a little space there, so I am going to trim this down. Some glue on my fingers, got it on there. So now I should match side to side. Yep, that looks great. I'm going to do the same thing. We can hold it for just a second. Once that gets a hold of it there, the art glue. Now we want to match this down at the bottom. So fold that in if it helps you remember. Now, I like to leave it down from the top just a little bit. So it's maybe 1/8 of an inch. So you won't even have to miter these corners because we're not going to the top. Remember, this is our hinge side. Now you're going to want, a closure. I'm going to use the large basic gray magnets, and it's easier for me if I do them at this point or I'll forget. That one off. Now I'm going to go ahead with a piece of score tape, just a small one. It just ensures that, see, I can open and won't lift that up. Now, the nice thing is you have your already 4-inch pieces. Excuse me. I'm going to trim this down to about 3 7/5. And I want to put that in there first, and I want to see, how far it's sticking out. And then you can decide how far up you want it to go. I do a lot of just eyeballing. I have a little piece of score tape that's been stuck to my finger all day. Okay. And I do want to grab my punch. I'm going to use my deco on this one. Now on this one, you could actually get 2 tags in there. So if you want to do one for bride and one for groom, then you can do that. And it will fit. Underneath here is where I put those 2 like photo mats or, well, the 2 journal cards from this one. And I had cut them down to fit. And those will go there. Put that Okay. So now we can do the back of page 1. Okay, back to page 1. Actually, yes, to the back of page 1. So what I did is I cut my first piece, and now we're kind of close. Let me go ahead and bring the camera back out. This piece is 6 inches by 7.5. And then I have 2 that I cut at 8 by 4.5. So we're going to start with our scoring. And we want to put our 4.5-inch pieces in first and score down the long way. Now on this one, it will be on the side, so we're going to go ahead and score this at 1/2 inch also, just on one side. This album does have a lot of flaps and closures because it's a wedding album, and you need lots of space to put a lot of different pictures. Move that up. So let's just go ahead and fold up. Let's get in the camera. My fingers just aren't wanting to work tonight. And I do want to do the decorative corners, but I'll show you what I'm doing first because I don't want to cut them. So I need to turn my page to the side. And I want to lay this down exactly where this is going to go, side to side, and we may have to trim it. That's just the human nature of us. Nothing is cut perfect. So I want to make sure what I'm looking for, what I prefer, is exactly that little bit of space. I like it to look gatefold, but I don't want it to hang over the edge. And when you start adding layers like this, you do get a heavier page. And you do want to make sure nothing's hanging over the edge. So I am going to take like a 1/16 of an inch off of both of these because I don't want anything hanging over the edges. Then we want to miter our corners, so I'm just going to cut them both. I'll do it over my garbage can. It just saves a lot of chasing pieces of paper around. This one I'm not worried about because it's going in the middle. Now I want to show you though, we can put this down first. Actually, you don't have to put it down first. I didn't have trouble with this one. I forgot when I made the original one. Okay, so I'm going to put this one down at the bottom. And I'm going to bring it more flush to the left-hand side. Over here's my hinge. So if it's a little short, I am not worried. Let's move these controls. Now we can get in a little closer. Check the bottom. Line everything up. That always happens. I get a little glue squished out, and why is it when we're crafting, we lose everything? Let's grab this one so I can get my, I wonder if I threw that last one in the garbage in between here. Now on this, you can round your corners. You may not be using the wedding paper, so no, that's my 1/2 inch. Goodness, what did I do? Chopper. Now that I know everything fits okay, I'll go ahead and do the other one before I put it down. It'll be easier. And I apologize. I feel like I don't have like a really good shot here for some reason. My camera, it's just the way it's positioned. And I want my larger flap to have these matching edges. I'm going to turn mine upside down. It's just easier for me to work. Now we'll go ahead. I love the gatefolds because they really do increase the area where you can add those pictures. Let's get in camera a little better. Now, the idea of this coming over the top is our magnet will be behind here. And there we go. With the magnet behind here, it will keep everything closed. Now I'm going to show you a little trick. Now you may already know this trick. So again, make sure we don't put our page on upside down. This, for me, is going to sit, I'll show you, just inside of this pocket. I'll show you why. I think it just gives a better fit to the page than if we put it here. Even when you line that up, you bring these down. It just, for me, I never get that perfect fit. So I like to put it on the inside. When you're putting it on the inside of the pocket, you want to glue the inside and not the outside. So I'm going to just pick this up. I'll get back in the camera. And using glue is probably the best for this. So you can line it up and bend it. And that little area where I got glue, I will be covering that with paper. So now, if you've never used the linen cardstock, you'll start seeing when you're using it, you do need to not be soft when burnishing it. So there is the big one, big flap, and we do want our magnet on. Now, a lot of times, depends on where this magnet is over here, and you can kind of test it with your magnets. Oh, it's up too high. A lot of times I do what I call playing off the other magnets. But because this one is up too high, we're not going to be able to do that. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. It is a great way to save magnets. Now I know if you're used to using tin, I guess there's like the roofing tin, the little skinny ones. I don't care for those. I don't know. I don't feel that they've held very well for me because I like to use the heavier papers. And I want to make sure my flaps are going to stay closed. So here we have the front. And this was my favorite page of the whole book. And then we have the big flap here, which ideal place for your bride if you're making a wedding album. So now we can go to page 2. Again, I just want to check the orientation where my hinge is going to sit. for the front of page 2, our pocket, you need 7.5 by 6.5. Then we'll need the 7 by 5.5. And you're going to want a 3, excuse me, 3 by 5.5. So what this will be, so our pocket will be down here, but it will only attach it on these two sides because this will be another pocket, but then this becomes a pocket. So we want to score the larger piece, our 6.5 inch piece, at 1/2, 1/2, and 1/2. And then for my 3 inch piece, I'm going to score this at 1. Now, once again, let me show you something when we put this down. This we're going to do our decorative border. That's what's going to make that, you know, shorter. When you pick a decorative border, in fact, let me grab, sorry, I should have had this out. You're going to want a wider one. And I don't know why I didn't grab that. Because you just want that wider border. And I like to cut that first. Well, and you know, you really, it's up to you if you want the wider border, I should say. But I like the wider. Sorry, this little guy, we have to move the scraps. And I do cut that first. I'll show you why. But again, it's not right and it's not wrong if you don't. I'm having one of those days when I touch something, I lose it. So I'm just going to put this right there at the score mark, and I'm going straight down. Not just a little bit, I'm going just literally straight down. And we can cut our corners. And before we glue anything, I just want to see how my pocket will fit on the base. Now, if for some reason, like I said, we're human, so we don't always cut straight, I need to trim my base. Make sure everything fits the way I want it to fit. Apologize about the noises. I have a little granddaughter who just ran downstairs. So if you hear some funny noises, it's just her. And now we want to take this piece. This is going to be our top piece. But let me show you how this is going to work. So on this page, we're going to put this together, but we don't want to put this down because we need to mat. This page does need to be matted. And then you can put your cover over the top. Now, this is where you might want to have another decorative edge, or you might decide to leave it off. See, this one is quite deep, so to repeat, I would probably go, you know, I'm going to try it. I didn't try this on the last one. to try it this time. The one I showed you actually was given as a display. So I didn't have that on there. I want to check this out. Again, that will go down. And I do like it. So if you want to use your wide one, it'll work great. So now we can go ahead and attach this to the top. I just want to slide that in there for a minute because it feels like, there we go. Okay, and I can go ahead and add here everything down. Put this to the base. The reason we have this on the base, we want to make this also a pocket. Well, it is a pocket, but we want to make it another pocket. Okay, now you can go ahead and choose what you're going to use to mat your page with. One thing you want to decide, like on this where it has the design, is this going to be over far enough? Are you going to cover your design? Is that what you're wanting? So, you know, pick your papers. And this one, I am going to use this one. And I'm going to cut it 7 7/8 by 7 7/8. I know this one is so pretty. Can even be used alone. Then my pocket, see, will sit here. This is also a pocket. Then, before we put it down, I'll go ahead and attach that there with the rose on the side. So I do want to take, lost my tongue there. I'm using the black. I'm not going heavy. I just want to cover that white edge. What I love about this paper is you can go black, brown, just about any color. I mean, you could even get away with white. Sure, everything is down good. Such a pretty paper. So it's totally up to you. If you'd like to put this down first, or if you want to put it down after. I mean, if you put it down straight onto there, it doesn't matter. Well, it's going to go down the same way, basically. But do check. I need to cut just a hair off. You don't want anything sticking out or over. once you're happy with the fit. The corners, there we go. Very easy to take care of. And I am going to use a magnet on this. Maybe not. I used a magnet on the other one. Let me decide, because I think this would be really cute to have a different kind of a closure, a spin tab. Now, the one thing when we put this down that you want to remember, because you want this now to become a pocket, you're only going to put your adhesive on 3 sides. Make sure we get those 3 sides down. Now you have an open area that's going to be really nice to put more of your mats, pictures, tags in, and then you have a nice pocket where you can stick some more things down in, some mementos, and you've got quite a big area. When we come back and mat, because when I mat, of course, I'm not going to go all the way up. I'll stop it here, and then we'll be able to put our swing tab, and it will go right there. So let's turn this over, and we can do the back side. Okay, for the back is the gatefold. So we'll have the 2 gatefold pieces, and then we have the 2 that come up from the top and the bottom. So these 2 are 4.5 by 8. Oh, I'm going to have to cut this one down. Sorry, this one is 5 by 7, and this one should have been 5 by 7, but it's 5.5. So let me go ahead and cut. We don't want these that full size. They're just the cute inside flaps. Put those extra maybe pictures of the bridal party. So on our 4.5 by 8 pieces, we're going to go ahead and score that down this long side. And again, down the long side. Then on our 5-inch pieces, we're going to go score down. Whoops, and down again. Now I do want to go ahead and, for this album, and I want to cut my corners. Why do I keep losing my chomper? That's that new scallop. And we're going to go ahead and use the new scallop. I hope when I get off here I check I didn't throw that in the garbage. This is actually the one I was looking for when I started, and it was hidden under another one. There we go. So I'll start with the two that are longer. That's going to be the gatefold on the outside. Heavier bone holder. Because we want to check side by side again. And so, yeah, probably would have been wise to wait. So on the front is the pocket and on the back. So we want to make sure it's going the right direction. And checking that. See, I don't have that little space, so I did cut too soon. I'm going to take a little bit off. My problem is I can never get my gatefolds to just match perfectly. So that is why I go ahead, instead of fighting it, I'm just going to take that little piece off. And if you have a chomper, it's very simple to re-chomp these, even if you have to go in and retrim. Empty that so it'll. Once again, I'm just going to double check to make sure my page is right. And turn it to the side. Cut my corners. Now remember, sometimes we see a tutorial and we feel that we have to use the paper we see, but you can use any paper you like. This is one album that I really enjoyed making, so I probably will be making, I will be making it in other papers. And I have actually quite a few tutorials, and that's what I need to do. I tend to want to do something new every time a new paper comes out. Okay, now we can put our other folds inside. So this is kind of like a pop out or pop up, and you know, if you've watched me long enough, you know I tend to make errors. No, we're okay. I was afraid I went too far over because I did want the overlap here when this comes down and that goes up. So we are good. But I thought I made it too wide for a minute. I wasn't thinking. It's fine. Not going to worry about mitering the corners. But I am going to center it. So you have a 1/2 inch on each side. This should fit directly in the center. This way. And let's repeat, lining those two up. Okay. Now when everything closes, you should have a beautiful gatefold. Now we're going to use a magnet. I'm going to put one. Let's see. Oh, no, I'm not. Yes, I do, but we're not going to put it on. So I need to remember we're going to use the cut apart with the magnet behind and then the magnet underneath. That will hold this shut. So there we have page 1 and page 2. And we'll be back with page 3. I'm back with page 3, and I have a little different setup on the camera, so I hope I'm not too far away. We're starting on the front of page 3, and for page 3, we'll be making the pocket and a flap, but I'm going to come out just a little bit more so you can see the whole thing. We've already made our 8 by 8 pages. So we have a half pocket on the sides. Let me get all the sizes for you. And the first thing is that flap. So we have a flap that is 6.5 by 6.5. Then our pocket measures 5.5 by 7. The small pocket that goes on front of our flap, it was one of our extras when we cut down our 8-inch pages. So they were, you should have had 4-inch pieces left, and I cut it to 7 by 4 because that'll be perfect for our pocket. And then for the belly band on the inside, I have a 7 by 1. So 7 by 1, 7 by 4, 6.5 by 6.5, and 5.5 by 7. Let me set my page to the side. And what we're going to do is we're going to start scoring with the 1-inch piece. So since this is going to be a belly band, we're going to score 1/2 of an inch on both ends. Like I said, I don't know why I can't get this camera set a little closer, but it's 1/2 inch on each end. Then on your 6.5 by 6.5, so it won't matter, you just want to score at 1/2 of an inch. That's a flap. The 4 by 7, that's the pocket that's going to go on the front. So we want to score on all 3 sides at 1/2 of an inch. You might hear some commotion. I think the UPS man has shown up and the dogs are barking like mad. So I'm going to put this, because this is the pocket and I want it to be cut off at an angle. So I'm going to put it in my cutter. What I've done, so you can see it's the long way. And I'm going to move this down for you. Sorry, I know that is an awful angle to watch, but I'm putting the point of this paper on the one. Let's see something here. Maybe we want to go 2. No, I want to go, actually, I want it to be on the one. I think I'm going to cut off a little extra. So we're going to use our 1/2 inch. And I'm sorry about all the commotion and noises. All right, so the point, not at 1, but 1/2 of an inch. So wherever the 1/2 inch is on your cutter, you just put that point onto that 1/2 of an inch. And then you cut it right off. And that's the piece that you're left with. Now, like I said, I have got somewhat of a new setup here, and the camera, I'm just learning how to use it all this way, and I don't know, we'll have to see. So I'm going to turn this over. So I'm going to turn some of this noise off. We're going to turn it over, and we need to score 1/2 of an inch and turn it so it's now on the 7-inch side, and score again. At 1/2. We have everything scored. We can go ahead now and grab our scoring tool, or our bone folder, not our scoring tool, and burnish all those edges. And just set those to the side. Now on the pocket, we want to go ahead and cut off the corner. Just do the little angle cut there. Whoops. We need this. There we go. We need it to fold that way because this is going to sit. So just turn it around if you need to. So see, we need it to sit on the open end where our tags will go. Let's fold up the bottom. And let's miter the corners. I'm going to go ahead and glue this little edge here so it can be drying as we're getting everything else ready. Just play with the glue for a second, sorry. So I just want to add just a little dot. Grab my clothespin and we'll set that aside to dry. And we'll now work on the pocket that's going to go on the front of the flap. Let's go ahead and fold the flap. Furnish that score line. Really, we don't need to miter those edges because it's going to go kind of in the middle. And we'll just repeat on those corners. Now, if you want to add a decorative edge to your pocket, you can go ahead. I would do that now. If you're going to add, you know, maybe a really floral, or however you want, just cut that edge. I would do it now, of course, because once it's down, you won't be able to do it. Just fold up the bottom and burnish that edge. Now with my 1/2 inch folded to the back, I want to check my fit. I want to make sure my pocket is going to fit nice. We're not going to hang over. And if you need to do any adjustment, it's easier to do it before, of course, your adhesive is on and you're ready to put it down. So once again, I'll just add just a little dot. I don't know if that's enough, but we'll see. Just to hold that down. And grab your page. Make sure you have the opening to the left is to your hinge. Opening to the right, of course, is where your mats will be. Now let's see if we can come out. We're just not getting, there we go. We're not getting the bottom of the page, and I don't want to be out of camera because you don't want to miss anything. And with this artisan cardstock, if you're using that, you'll notice you have to burnish pretty good. And we want to put our pocket down flush with the edge. make sure that glue holds. Well, I'm just all thumbs today. There we go. Then the flap, you can kind of decide where you want it to sit. I'm going to bring it down to where the pocket, you'll see where that little squared off edge is. I'm going to bring it right down to there because it's also going to serve to hold my tags in. I need to turn this sideways, and I'm going, oh, come on. Oh no, we don't have to mire the corners because we're not going top to bottom. So there's no problem there. And once you decide where you want your pockets, your flap to be, you can go ahead and put that down. And yes, this is the same page design that design team member Brenda Crouch used. And I had so many requests to remake it. She doesn't have a tutorial on there. So that's why we put this in this little album. Now let's get out our magnets. I thought these were open. I'll just quickly open my basic gray. I like the large ones because you're using I'm using a thicker paper. The Authentique paper is quite a bit thicker than just your normal cardstocks. And I want to make sure my flap stays closed. And I want to make sure I get my magnets open here. I don't know what the deal is. Wow. It's almost like anti-theft device. Okay, we're going to do it different. There we go. Man, that was on there good. So I can grab my trusty little tool here, just making sure it's away from the edge so that your pattern paper will be hidden. Your magnet will be hidden under your pattern paper. Sometimes it helps, and I probably should put down a piece of score tape. I just didn't grab the roll, so I'm not going to worry about it. We'll be fine. And let's grab our little pocket here. I was afraid that wasn't enough. And that's going to sit right at the bottom. All right, I like to take on these smaller pockets, my spatula, and you can pick these up. I think I've mentioned before at your Harbor Freights or just even Walmart. They're really handy because they fit down inside of the corners better than a phone folder, making sure that nothing is glued shut. Now on the back, we have my 1-inch piece is too short. What was I thinking? It's 6.5. So we need to cut this 7.5. Sorry about that. Let me grab another scrap, which you, like I said, you've got plenty of them. And I'll just recut this. And let's score the ends again at 1/2. So 1/2 and 1/2. And then just center it. You can put it more to the left or right. It doesn't have to be completely centered if you don't want it to be. And that's why I like to use my grid on my Score Pal. Then I can, it's just there. I can center it. You've got your numbers all over. Add our adhesive. Top to bottom. And let me just make sure the glue, there we go. Nothing came out to keep that from us sliding our paper underneath. Isn't that a really neat page? I really like how that turned out. Brenda did a great job. And so now we're going to do the back side of page 3. I already did the pre-cutting so I could show you on the back. So this is how I did this one when you saw in the camera. Of course, we're going to cut these down a little bit. And I did the corners. It's at an angle so that they meet. And then when you open, there's that nice photo mat back in the back. So here's what I did. So I just put them down with my clothespin. I love these 2 images. Because it's kind of, you know, just a unorthodox method. So these 2 pieces are 3 7/5 by 4.5. So 3 3.25 and 4.5. Now what I did is I laid them down, and I did overlap the bottom just a little bit, and then I checked to see, you know, where did I want my placement. Let me get a different color back here. Well, that's not going to help. And then I laid them down at the angle I wanted. So what I did, basically, I laid it down, and all I did was fold it over the edge, the back side. Okay, I removed it and then just burnished it where I marked it, so I didn't score it. And then you should just have a small corner that's going to be our flap. And I repeated it on the other side. Now we're going to just put it down. Once again, it does help if you have clips. I know it would help if you could, if I have more of a contrast here. Okay, they do overlap at the bottom. I have my clothespins again. I will be using 2 magnets. Here we go. just to give you that better look. And then our cards will be right there. So you can bring them down towards the bottom, towards the top. It's, you know, it's just, again, your preference. I'm going to leave that one on, sort of as my vision to see. And we're just going to add our adhesive to this little area. Yeah, I got it up too high and let go. Shouldn't have let go. There we go. All right, we're just going to have to go flat. And I made a mess. Good thing I'm using the art glue, and that will also be covered. No, really messed that one up. I probably used too much glue, it feels like. All right, let's try this the right way. The nice thing is, if you get one off from where the other one was, it's no big deal to just fix your placement, since the second one isn't glued down yet. Yeah, and with this art glitter glue, I used too much. You don't want to use a lot. But this got covered, as you saw, with the pattern paper, so no harm done. Now, another thing that would be cute is if you wanted to tie these two bottoms together. You could. That would be a cute closure also. And to be honest with you, let me put this here. It will help me also as much as it will help you. So let's look at that for the placement. So I'm actually going back because you'll see that I actually took that page off because when I grabbed it again, I had gotten it too wet, so it ripped. And that's where you don't want to use too much of the art glitter glue due to that reason. I'm using the large magnets, just like we did on the opposite side. And the reason for the large magnets is we're going to have quite a bit of layering going on. And you want to make sure everything stays closed. And just kind of take a guess there, but put it in the middle. Ah. And all those boo-boos will be hidden with the paper, so. And I didn't get it back on the same way, so I just took both sides out, and then that will just open like so. It's kind of tight right now. I did go ahead and I rounded off. I just snipped those edges. I used my corner chomper. And of course, we have a lot of flowers down on the finished product. So we'll have all the flowers. That's why there's the space there. Yeah, I don't want with this ring hidden, so I think I'll leave. It'll be like so. We'll use more of that darker paper on the background, and it really stands out. So you can either, do those now, and I'm just going to set them on the inside so that I don't lose them. And let's get started on page 4. For the front of page 4, move this where in the camera. There we go. I already cut my 8x8 sheet. Well, it's 7 7/8 by 7 7/8. And I am using, it's called Truffle, and it has almost a gray-black tint, and it is the Color Philosophy by Prima, and we do have it in the store at countrycraftcreations.com. And I like the truffle because it's a mix of almost a gray, a black, and kind of a sepia there. It's really pretty. It's gorgeous. So I'm going to not quite put this down yet, but I did want it inked. This is where we have that top flap, and then we're going to have the 3 waterfalls that are basically 4 by almost, they're a little over 6, so that you can, we'll have our pictures that slide, that it opens here. And again, this was another one that is a recreation from Brenda Crouch, our design team member, because we had quite a few people that wanted to see it made. And for the top flap, again, I am just using those 4-inch pieces that were scraps. So we're not cutting into any more new paper. And I'm checking it. I like it to be just about, excuse me, 1/8 of an inch shorter. And we're going to cut it down. I did just a hair under 8, and I left it at the 4. And we're going to score it at 1/2. Now these were the other pieces that were my 4-inch from cutting my 12-inch sheets to make my 8 by 8 sheets, 8 by 8 pages. They are 7 1/4. Get them. 7 1/4 by 4. So I just left them at the 4, and then I cut 3 more that are 4 inches by 6 3/4. And I've already gone ahead because I needed to figure out, and I'll show you how I figure out when I do waterfalls. I scored it at 1/2 inch. So what I like to do, and I think it's the easiest way, is to always make my waterfalls on a base. After I score it, I fold the score line to the back, and then line it up using my scoreboard. I start at the very edge, and then I know I've scored a 1/2 inch. So this one sits at the 1/2 inch. And my third will sit at 1 inch. Now, it's up to you. You could probably go with, you might be able to go with 4. So you can scoot this over to 1 1/2. Remember, your page is 8 inches long. So you can't go past the 8, of course. But you could actually get 4 of these. I want to do 3. So I move that to 1. So I know now it's 4 inches wide. So I can take a 4 by 6 on here and just cut it down. And it's going to be 7 1/4 inches. No, yeah, 7 1/4 inches long when it's all put together and finished. So that means I need my base, because I always like to put them on a base, that is 7 1/4 long by 4. When you put it on a base, I think it's easier to keep it straight than when I just do it on the page. So I'm going to lay this sideways so I can start attaching my waterfall pieces. And I don't worry about, cutting our corners, because we just want to keep everything nice and square. So we'll start at the top. Line everything up side to side. And burnish it down. And you can decide, do you want to tie, you want a ribbon to come up where it's a wedding album, or a magnet. Even on my waterfalls, I love to use magnets. And then add the other embellishments. So now I'm just going to match where that ended, where my new one will start. And again, making sure you're side to side. And clean up any glue that's come out. Okay, and we'll put our third one down. Now this what this does is turns this whole waterfall into, like, I like to call it a unit. And then you can put it straight down without having to worry about if you're putting it straight on your page. Now, I'll show you too. One thing about when I do the waterfall like this, measurements always do change once you put it down. So as you can see, I have a little sticking out here on the edge. And if you like that, you can just leave it or you can even it up. So I'm going to even it up in my cutter. And I need to take the hair off more. There we go. So now you have a place for 2, 4, 6, 7 pictures. And I like to take a large magnet. Oh, this is that side that, there we go, was really stuck. And I'll put the magnet down here because you don't want to use more than one magnet. When you start using a lot of magnets on a waterfall, you're going to notice there's poles. So I take this off, and holding it as close as I can. There, I let the magnets grab each other. And it's on the back page. So now I have, the magnet is on this front cover, and yes, it does hold well. Now you can also put it down on this page. I would just turn it down. Never mind, that will be confusing. Let's just go that round because it works great. And making sure my hinge is to the left and the opening's to the right. Now let's take our 8x4 flap that's going to be on top. And it doesn't matter top or bottom on this, so I'm just going to lay this down. And I do want to miter my corners. Now, before we put our waterfall down, because our page is 8, and that is 4, it's now 3.5. You just want to make sure you're happy with that space, because you could always trim this. And then we'll put this piece down, but first, before we do, and if you haven't decided what paper you want to use yet, then you can go ahead and just set that aside until you're ready to mat. I'm ready to mat because I love this and the fact that the waterfall, when you open it, the birds will be there. And the other part that I cut, I'll show you. I will be fussy cutting the bird. There's the bird up in the cage. See on this one? Well, actually, he'll just fit perfect, so. And we'll put him down as we're matting. And then we can adhere our waterfall down to there. Okay, for our pocket with the flap on the front of page 5, we're going to cut, I cut my piece just short of 9 inches. I did have to cut a new one because this is 4.5 for the pocket. And this was my last piece of the 4 by 12. And I cut these down to 5, so it's 4 by 5. We'll start with scoring. Now that's for my measurements. Okay, I had my, oh, there it is, scoring tool at 1/2. Now I put this on the 5-inch side. And again at 1/2, this is going to overlap. That makes the flaps on the top of the pocket. So we're going to score 1/2 on the bottom and 1/2 and 1/2. Like on each side. So 1/2 there and 1/2 there. Let's go ahead and miter our corners. I'm just going to cut it this way and turn. Now on our small ones, because we want to mat this top to bottom, I am going to go ahead and just miter those corners slightly so they'll be hidden under that paper. And we can burnish our score lines. I have dried glue still all over my fingers. And grab your 8 by 8 page, making sure again hinges to the left, mat to the right, and let's put our pocket down, making sure it fits side by side. Finish the bottom. Goodness, glue for some reason is just drying super fast today. Giving me issues. And let's go ahead and really don't need to. We're going to cover them with paper, but it just kind of takes that edge off when you're sliding it down. Now we'll add to here our pocket. Just want to make sure nothing's stuck at the very, very bottom or in the corners. Just a moment. And now these will sit on each edge, and they do overlap like so. And then we will also have another large magnet underneath there, or you can add a ribbon closure. Making sure it's straight and lined up, especially at the bottom. And then with my magnet, I want to make sure that, let's show you, it's not going to, we're not putting it on, excuse me, here. We want to put it, though, so it will it'll catch over there. Let me show you. So when it holds it down, it will be able to catch this, but the magnet's too big. We don't want to put it right on the edge. So we're going to actually put it back behind there. So when you close it, then it has plenty of room. Darn glue, sorry. To grab without being too close to the edge. See, it would be way too close to the edge. Then we have our pocket, and in there would be a great place, you know, some of those special cards, and we'll be making a little booklet that does go inside. And then on the back, I just want to do the belly band, the big, goodness, the wide belly band. There we go. So you know you're going to need a 9-inch piece, and if you happen to have any of your 4-inch ones left, go ahead and use those. I'm going to cut it to 3.5 by 9. Oh, and I think I do have one left. Cut it just a little bit shorter than 9, and actually mine's going to be 3 by 9. So we'll go 3 by 9. No sense in cutting another piece of paper just for that 1/2 inch. Now, since we've got our pages done, we'll go back. I like to mat my pages before I put them in the book. So I'll just do the matting. And, I won't really go into a lot of the decorating until the book's done. So I'll go ahead and do the matting on camera. Not a lot of explanation because it's pretty it's self-explanatory. Just, I'm just trying to think. There's really nothing special about it. So I'm debating if we want to save some video time, since we're just basically cutting everything just a very simple square on the matting. But we can come back and do the decorating together, and I think that's what we'll do. And I'll explain that again. So this is the end of our pages. We'll go back through them really quick. What I'll do is, off camera, I'll go ahead and mat. And you can actually use the original, the video to look at the walkthrough on the album. But we'll do the decorating. We can do the decorating together where I put the flowers. We've made the photo mats, mostly to help out, a new crafter. Because matting is just like we've done I'll show you when we've done those a couple of pages where we pre-matted to put things down. So page 1 is where we made the slide out pocket on the front, and then we have another pocket in the back. Now this is a really nice place, especially with these cards, because there is one of the cards, goodness, where'd they go? Here we go. Has the wedding dress. for the bride and the groom. So that, you know, would definitely be a good place to symbolize the bride's dress, the groom's attire. And then we have our pocket. Mostly, you know, just for decoration, we'll have a mat in there. And it is also a pocket here on the side. That goes down. Then we have our Brenda page, I like to call it, with the pocket here. And we have the belly band on the inside. And then we have this one that is really cute when it's all done up with the photo mat. And our flap with our 4x6, or it's a little bigger than 4x6, but you can put your cut down 4x6 pictures there. And this is where the magnets right now are wanting to grab each other. Then we have another space for 7 more pictures. And what I'll do here, because I want to keep that wood grain going, you see, I'll just put the other piece of wood grain here. So when they open, it just kind of continues right there. And then we have our pocket with that flap, and the back side's our belly band. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, they're all here. Right now they're just fighting each other with the magnets. So I will be back after I get my pages all matted down, and then we will, after we mat them, we'll set them aside. We'll start on the cover, and this is where we're going to do the laced up corset binding on the back side. So I'll see you in a few minutes. Before we get started on our hinges, I've already cut my first sheet. I just want to go back through really quick because I did mat my pages. During this video, we will go ahead and make the cover. I'll do the hinges with you, but I won't be doing any of the like page decorating because you can look back at my finished album for that. And I do apologize because this video will be up before the finished product. It's just I need to get the pages out because I've had so many requests. And then by the time you get to that point anyway, I'll have some decorating done. I'm sorry. Time just flies. So on page 1, I did mat with the birds. And I did go ahead with this tag that we made that slides in. So I'll just run through this quickly and show you the matting that I did. And you'll see that I did use on a couple of the pages just the linen cardstock that I sell in the store because it gave a nice space for journaling and it just broke up the black and cream color. Now this pocket, I haven't really decided, and I'll be honest with you, I might be cutting that off. After I made it, I realized there's not a lot of hand room for your tags, but I liked the look, and don't forget, you'll be able to put tags here also. And then I got this one matted, and again, I did use just the linen. And the magnets love to stick. There we go. And here we go. And again, the linen is on the back side. And then I just use the wood grain to kind of fill in and make it coordinate more. And on the inside, I use the wood grain also because you can journal on that. Just add pictures, of course. Now on this little thing right here, I love making these. So I will show you how I did this. It's very simple. All you do is slit your paper down, slide your cut apart into that cut apart while you lay it on there, then glue it down. And it's very easy. Excuse me, it's very easy, but it does give you quite a dramatic look. Now when I cut the paper for my hinge, I like to cut them at 7 on this one, like 7 7/8, because this is a 8x8 page. And you can use any hinge that you're comfortable using, or that you know, everybody has our favorites. And I like to cut it just so it slides in there. Now this may be a little tight, so I am going to take a little off. I don't like to miter the corners of my hinges. Let me just take a little off, because I feel it gives it, that's when my pages would become crooked. Okay. Now I'm using these are heavy pages. So I'm going to be, man, I can't talk for nothing today. I'm really sorry. Okay. That's better. See, it slides in. It's not going to wiggle back and forth, but our page will slide on top of it very easily. Okay. So I cut my page down to 7 7/8, and then I just took a hair off, just so it would fit in there nicely. Now our pages are quite heavy, so I feel I need more than 1/2 inch inside of there, and I'll show you what I mean. So I always start my hinges at 1 1/4, and then I go to 1 1/2. I like there to be 1/4 inch at the start and 1/4 inch at the end. Like I said, my hinges are going to be about 5/8 thick. They're going to be wider, so the scoring's a little different. And I've done this on a few of my other albums where the pages are heavy. I feel I need a little more hinge inside of my page. So we're going to go to 2/8. Now, if you're like me and sometimes your brain doesn't think, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spots on your score mark, on your scoreboard. Then we're going to do another 5/8, 2, 3, 4, 5, which brings us to 2 3/4. And then I only need a 1/2 inch gusset, so 3 1/4. Now we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3 7/8, 3 1/2, and 5. So the 1/2 inch will be the gusset. So there's 2 pages. So now we want 5 5/8, 6 1/4, and 6 3/4. So that gives us 3 pages. I want to tell you exactly right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. 7 3/8. Exactly on 8 and 8 1/2. So if you're ever wondering while you're scoring, how many hinges do I have? Just count your gussets. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need another set of hinges. So 9 1/8, 9 oh, don't score there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 3/4, and I'll fix that because you won't see it anyway. Now here's our thing. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have our gusset, our set of hinges. Now we just need to score it at 10, because I want 1/4 at the beginning and the 1/4 at the end. So that last scoring, in case I messed you up, is 9 1/8, 9 3/4, and 10. I'll get mine. I'm just smoothing out the extra line I made. And I just of course course I just did. I smoothed out the wrong one. Hold on. You know, one of those days I wanted to do the tutorial and I just knew I was going to goof. You know how you have that feeling? You just know you're going to. And I apologize. I know some of you have been waiting forever for this. Let's try again. There we go. Smooth out the right one. Okay, we're going to start folding up our score lines. I like to push against those score lines with my paper. For me, it just keeps them straighter. I'm going to repeat on this one. So I do my two ends first. Because sometimes those little 1/4 inch lines are easier to do once you, before you score your papers, because you have a lot more strength to work with. Okay, now we can start with our hinges. So I'm just taking my first set of hinges. See, they're a little bit wider than just a 1/2 inch. So a heavier page has something more to grab onto. There's our 1/2 inch. And I'll be honest with you, we've been doing so many just live videos on Coffee Talk on Facebook and Scrapbookers of Country Craft Creations. I'm out of touch here. I need to get back to making my tutorials. But now we're just forming our hinges. And that one I did not. Quite get on. Let me fix my score line. It's not deep enough. Sometimes with this linen paper, I have to score a little harder. Make sure we get that straight. There we go. Our last set of hinges. So when it ends, you'll just have your 1/4 inch. Let me show you. There we go. Now we can go ahead and get our score tape. And I'll be using the 3/8 inch and the 1/4 inch. No, 1/2 inch. Sorry. Because these are a little bit wider, so I can use my 1/2 inch score tape. You can use your wet adhesive. Art glitter glue does work well on the hinges. I like to use my score tape. But I have used art glitter glue on albums and their hinges completely, and it works great. 1/4 inch here. Well, let's go ahead and put our 1/4 inch at the bottom. Sometimes it's just, you know, that visual reminder. Now, I like to skip. And I am going to use my 1/2 inch even on my 1/2 inch marks. It fits well enough. And I'm going to skip 1, So you'll skip one, then you'll have 2 sets of your score tape. Skip one, score tape. One more there. And I'll put one right here next to my 1/4 inch. And let's turn it over. And now we can clean up our edges. So I don't have any extra score tape sticking out over the edge. Okay, now totally up to you, your comfort level. Except for that, everything up here, which is that gusset area, I just remove my score tape. And while you're taking off your score tape, if you're using score tape and you accidentally take that off, don't worry, especially if this is your first album, no harm is done. Now I just like to fold my scores together, and that will make your hinge. Now your tape will start coming together. Just keep moving down the score tape row here. Everything will start coming together and start looking like a hinge. And my last one. Now, when you finally get, there you go, that last one done, you can go ahead and move them back and forth a little bit. Now you'll see how much taller your hinge is, which is nice because now you've got room to set your page so it's not at the bottom and it's a heavy page so it's going to hold it. I just kind of smash it back down. And let's bring this over. Now remember, when you're folding that over, you want that 1/4 inch lip. It's where your page will sit. Or you can make your own hinges, like I said. Now these are going to overlap. So I'm just going to start removing all my score tape, backing. Remember, just push back so that you still have your 1/4 inch score line. Now, we need to add some adhesive right here on this edge so it has something to hold it. And once again, pushing back so you have that 1/4 inch still. goes through and make sure everything's pushed down so that score tape's catching, or your glue. Okay, those are some sturdy hinges, let me tell you. Now we know how wide we need to cut our chipboard for our spine. So I'm going to put this right on the board. And mine is at 3 7/8, or 2 7/8. So I'm going to cut my spine piece at 3 by 8.5. And that's why I never cut my spines, because until I make my hinges, I may make a book and decide I don't want a lot of embellishments. I only want 1/4 inch, so I can add more pages. You know, you just never know. You can change your mind so much when you're crafting. So let me see. I have some pieces left. No, they're not going to be big enough, so I'm going to need to cut a whole new piece. Make sure I don't cut my pieces for my cover. So there's my 8.5, and I'll go ahead and cut this. I'll cut 3 inches from here. No, that's 4. There we go. So now my hinges will fit nice on each side. I'll have a nice 3-inch hinge for my book, and now we can get started covering it, because we make the closure after. And just give us some room. Remember, the way I'm showing you to make this album, of course, is just, you can make it any way you like. You can do your covers and, you know, what you're comfortable. I am going to be cutting my paper that I'm covering the album with. I always cut it 1 inch on each side. So I need 2 inches wider is all. So I'm going to cut my, you know what, I'm at a loss for words today. Isn't that odd? Oh my goodness, it's just one of those days. I'm so sorry. Thank you for sticking out with me. I need 1 inch at the top and 1 inch at the bottom. So I'm going to cut this at 10.5. There we go. And I do really think I only need 2 pieces for this. And another thing that I just love using are my score tape sheets when I make my covers. And I really won't have to cut them. So on these 2 guys, we need to put them together. We need it to be one long continuous piece. Let me leave it this way. So this is my 10.5. We're going to connect our 10.5 sides. With each other. Because the paper does have a little bit of an overlap, you want your score tape on both sides. You want it to catch and hold on securely. And matching top to bottom, just overlapping those pieces. I think part of it is, like I said, I've been doing a lot of live videos, and so when there's a mistake, there's a mistake. So I'm trying so hard not to make a mistake that I need to quit it. So we can lay out now our spine piece and our front and our back cover, because the closure we do after. I'm going to start with each of my 8.5 by 8.5 inch pieces using my score tape sheets, and I need to cut this down. So I'm going to cut 2 of my sheets down to fit 8.5. And these are great. You can cut them in your cutter. They tear just like your regular score tape. And they save a lot of work. They really do. Move that right out. And it really does. I like making my covers more now that I'm using this, because it takes a lot of wrist motion when you're doing your score tape, and it also takes a lot of score tape. See, I've used 2 sheets, and then I'll use 2 more on the inside. Now I'm here because I don't like to, don't worry if you're using it and you get a crease, it comes out. I don't like to cut a whole new piece just for just for a little space like this. So I will use a strip of score tape, just like so. Okay, let's make some room. Grab my ruler so I can keep this perfectly straight at the bottom. So I know I need 1 inch at the bottom and 1 inch at the top. And I got so tired of my covers being, crooked when you put them on. And I thought, I'm using my quilting ruler for quilting to keep things straight. It's the best thing for paper. So here's my seam. And I know I want to put this basically in the middle. I just use my arms to hold the ruler down, and it doesn't move. And then I have my inch at the top, and I have 1 inch at the bottom. And if you use your 1/4 inch score tape and use it for a spacer, you will never have to worry about your covers cracking when you bend them. Now, if for some reason you don't have 1/4 inch score tape, and you might not, that's okay. In order to get a 1/4 inch, and I know a lot of you may have been taught you just use 2 pieces of your chipboard, but I'll tell you what, your covers are going to crack. Go ahead and glue 4 layers of chipboard together. That's going to equal a 1/4 inch. And if you use that as a space between your chipboards, your covers will never crack. And if they do, then it definitely is your paper. But there should be no reason that your covers are cracking if you are leaving a full 1/4 inch between the chipboards. So I'm just going to put a 1/4 inch as not only my reminder, but it will also hold down the paper when I put the top on in between the chipboard, and it really makes for a nice finished look. So you can take the cover off of our chipboard, and I do sell these chipboard or the score tape in the store at countrycraftcreations.com. And again, I just want to put this at the bottom at 1 inch, just holding it so it doesn't really move. Let me just turn this around so I can keep working in camera. we have the front or the back. We've got our cover on. This one doesn't stick out. There we go. And once again, using my 1-inch space on the ruler. Now see, I have everything's getting hot today. I have a perfect inch at the top, inch at the bottom. Now my sides will probably have to be cut. And you can put these right in your cutter. I just take my box knife and my ruler and I cut it off so it's an inch. Now you may like to have more space than an inch. So go ahead, just cut what you need. I found an inch works great. I don't have the bulk. Now this part I do use score tape. You can remove the backing here. And with my 1/2 inch now, I'll just go along the top, bottom, and sides. And I will be using my art glitter glue also right here in that space. I found the wet glue after watching one of Terry when she did a guest spot from Terry's Scrapbooks. She uses the wet glue and it really does loosen those fibers and makes the cardstock just lay nicely over your chipboard. And I take a strip now along the chipboard. And you know, to some of you it may be overkill, but I like it to catch this bare spot here. And I figure if I'm going to this much work, this little extra score tape is nothing to ensure that my project stays together. Now, before we remove anything, I like to take the chipboard. Oops, one other thing. Right there where I joined my cardstock, I do run my bone folder over it quite a few times to help loosen it up. No matter what you do, you might get a little bit of cracking there or popping. And I'll show you. If you're using the artisan cardstock that I sell in the store, because it's done in layers, you'll be able to just lightly sand that off. So now we're just pushing against that chipboard. Or you can score. You can do however. I like to do it that way. And then another thing it does for me. Let me show you. So now I can find my corners. And I'm cutting them right off. Like so. And yes, I went up to the chipboard. You'll see why. And again, I learned this from another crafter. One thing I like to do is bend that piece over. Now you're going to see, you should see if there is any sticking over, then you'll need to cut it because that's excess. And I just found that this is so much easier for me than trying to determine if I'm too far from the chipboard or using a tool. So when I scored it, now see I have that square. This is probably easier to see. Grab a hold of it here. I just cut a little bit at the corner. Try to get it so you see in the camera. And I'm just cutting again a little bit at the corner. Now, you can fold this over both ways. Okay, now see? Now this is showing me, let me turn it this way, that this one is going to be too long. So I need to just cut it off right there. And then it matches perfect. So I just fold it over and I get my square. Now you can go ahead and just cut your square out. If you make boxes, this makes more sense. Now again, I'm going to fold this over and see, this is actually sticking out. There's a point there. And so that's telling me, see, my pin or my corner piece now is too long. So I cut that right off. And I'll repeat. So I'm just going to cut straight over. Straight over. And I can see that this one is going to be too long or not at an angle enough. So I have a little bit poking out right there. There we go. Now we can remove all the backing to the score tape. Get my glue ready. Okay, I'm going to keep this. And I'm going to run just, oh, it came out really fast. I just refilled my bottle and that's why. Let's try that one again. Usually it just comes out really slow. There we go. So now I just want to run a bead across the top. Can help soften that. Bigger one. Kind of push that up to the chipboard and the glue. And then over we go, pulling that over. I give it a little tug, so I don't want any spaces between the chipboard and the paper. Then you can run your bone folder carefully across this top, and you'll see what a nice smooth top that gives you. Okay, let's do the other long side. Over it goes. So when you do that, you shouldn't have any of those bumpy or wavy spots. That glue really does help. Now, before I put my sides down really quick, I want to check them. Make sure everything is the way I like it, not sticking out. You can see how your corners should lay. Oh, let me check this one again really quick. Okay. Okay, now we can work on our spaces here by the hinge or the spine piece. And I'm just working that top paper or cardstock right into the space so it grabs a hold of the score tape. Now see, you should be able to bend that page and not have any problems. There shouldn't be any cracking at all. Now that does depend on the paper you're using. The artisan cardstock that we sell at Country Craft Creations is a linen based, and it has the different, you can see the texture in it. So it really performs well for your covers. So there's the beginning. Now we can go ahead and lay down the cardstock on the inside. You can use pattern paper. I like to use the paper I wrap my album with because it also, I think it adds that extra strength. So this is 8.5. So I'm going to cut these pieces down to 8, about 8 3/8, maybe just a hair longer. Then I'll see if I need to cut them any shorter after I check the border at the top and the bottom. And nope, that looks good. You don't want it to hang clear over. Now, I'll have to show you because we've got an issue. We don't want our paper to end right here. So, I'm going to take off about 2 inches. So take off 1 3/4, and it should hit in the middle of the spine where our hinges are going. And then this piece, let me hold this up. We can have this one overlap just a hair. Here's my bottom piece. And I marked it right there, so that's where I'll cut this one out. And I am going to use my score tape sheet. So I'm going to cut these are 8.5 by 11. So I do need to cut this down to 8 3/8 so that it matches side to side. I just needed to take off a little bit. And of course, save all your big pieces because you'll use them. Definitely, we don't need it this long. So I'll take that off. Or you can just put it on the cutter like so. And remove that piece and cut. Save that. That's a good piece. Okay. Oh, I should have showed, I'll show you on the next one. So, if you're a little leery about just putting it down, I should have showed you on this first one. Just like I do when I'm using regular sport tape. Oh, wait, we need to mark. I think I need to take just a hair off more. Just a second. I do. I want it to match top to bottom, but I don't want it to be hanging over at all. Okay. Sometimes the big sheets can be intimidating. So just remove a corner, like so. Then you can go ahead and match it and stick that down. And remove it. And I still get it crooked. And I will want to trim this. Usually it goes on a lot smoother, but today's just not the day for that. Now, right there, I will put just a little bit of glue because you do want your edges completely down. Yeah, gonna match. Once again, if you're not comfortable taking the whole backing off and you're using this, just fold down a little bit until you're comfortable. And if any is sticking over the edge, just push it down. But you'll find that this is it makes things go so much faster. And it feels like it was less work. Then you can grab the back side. But basically it should be perfectly straight. And if you've ever wallpapered, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Now we can make sure our corners are down, our edges are down, and everything is super, super secure. Now for our next piece. Oh, that was the one Well, it laid down really nice. Okay, I don't need to worry about that glue. Okay, I'm going to turn this because it's so much simpler for me to start from that side. And I'm taking the whole thing off because I'm comfortable with it. And kind of the same as if you're putting it through Xeron, but I feel it's less messy, less expensive. I used my Xeron a couple of times, and after buying another cartridge or 3 or 4, I said, that's it. We're just going with the sheets. Okay, I'm matching. My head might get in the camera here, sorry. Once you're comfortable, you just let it go. There's my seam. Now we've got our hinges. The wrong one. I like this lightweight, inexpensive Fiskars. There we go. Because it really makes a nice crease there, and it pushes that top layer of cardstock right onto my score tape. So it grabs a hold of it. See how nice? Make sure my corners are down. Now we can repeat over here. Go slow. You don't want to poke a hole. Let's see. My toolbar. There we go. And there we have that part of our cover. Now, we will make the closure after we put the pages in. You don't want to do that till after the pages are in, or we may not get the right width that we need. So I had a piece of score tape left that I will use. And now I'll just cut this right off. Oh, let's do this first. I forgot. So you put that down. Grab your hinges. I forgot we need to add our score tape. You can use score tape. You can use your wet adhesive. You can use whatever you like. So I'm going to use this 1/2 inch because our hinges are actually 5/8 of an inch. This is going to give some great holding power. Now I put my tape right at the top because I like to have that space at the bottom so that my page has plenty of room to bend and move with flaps without smashing them. You know how you get those smashed hinges and then you can't straighten them out, or you know, flaps on your projects. So I don't put my score tape in the bottom or in the middle. I put it right at the top, basically where your hinge is going to be. I mean, where your page is going to be. If you're using wet adhesive, you don't even have to worry about this part. This is really a sticky roll. Yeah, it's sticking to everything. Heavens, actually it's not that sticky. And let me just clean off those edges. Now we can put our hinges down into the book. And let's just kind of get an eye for where we want them. If you're comfortable, go ahead and mark your spot. Apply your adhesive. And down it goes. Be careful with what you're using though. You don't want to go through the side of your hinge. This is a bone folder, and I was given 2 of them for gifts from the bone folder, and I'll tell you what, it's well worth the money. It's a molded, and it's non-stick, and I'll tell you what, it's worth it. They are, like I said, a little more expensive, but you'll be glad you did. It's the way it's shaped perfectly for what we do. I still use my other ones also. Okay, there we have a fabulous cover. Now we can get on to our pages. And make sure, well, however you're comfortable, I put them in order. I like to start with my last one. And I like to always put it on first just to get an idea. And your tape may make it a little sticky. Not sticky, but I mean tight. But you want, there we go. Something's stopping mine from going in. There we go. You want it to be tight. And then we want it to lay flat. So I'll show you how that's done without having to do anything extra special. So we'll just put the page over the top. Okay. Now it shouldn't move much because you don't have much. It's not going to move. Once I put it on, Then I push down, and you'll see now you'll have a space because when you push down like that, it moved my page up just a hair. But now see, my page will lay flat, and we'll do the same with the next hinge. See, now we're getting into some really heavy pages. Make sure, my sides didn't get glued down or something funny to keep this from going on the hinge. So now we're working with some flaps, heavy magnets. So I think we're going to be okay from here on out. So we can just put these guys down and make sure you're not going to put your page on upside down. There we go. So checking my flaps are at the top and where they belong. I do need to turn my book a little bit. Oh, this tape is pretty sticky today. All right, and I'm going to lay it down. It should match top to bottom. Sorry, it stopped. So here we are. We're back. So now I just pushed it down, and now it's laying flat on top of this one. And we can move now to our third page. Move the back. Now I know I've had some people ask, do I not put glue stick or, that kind of works. It doesn't work for me because I feel it loosened my score tape a couple of times. So no, I don't do that. But if it works for you, that's great. Okay, we're going to lay it down and then push. When you get wet on that score tape, I did have some problems, so I stopped doing that. There we go. Now page 2. Make sure we're not upside down. This one's a pretty tight one too. Get your hand in there if you need to really open it. The more flaps you add and pockets, and like I said, this tape is, we know it's going to stick. There we go. And when you lay it down, it'll pop up a little bit, so that gives you that space, see, for your flaps. Really like it with the burgundy. Starting to come together. And making sure we're not upside down. Oh, that was tape. It's not backing. Wow. Next time I order the score tape, I'll have to ask them if this is a new formula because I've never had it this sticky. I mean, it's great, but it's sticky. All right, down it goes. Open this up. Push that down. Now, see how nice your pages will lay? And we have tons and tons of room in here. And we have a much bigger hinge to hold these heavy pages. So, see, you're going to get a much better, it lays much nicer. You don't even have to do really anything special. So let's go ahead and make the inside this pop out that I did where it comes up, comes out, and comes down. So you're going to want to cut 4 pieces that are 8.5 by 7. I don't have these ready. So I'll cut them along with you. So there's my second 8.5 by 7. Okay, so this is where I have those pages that are coming up. And I do need to cut them down. So I'm going to take them to do this here. Here we go. So the length, then I'm going to take them to about 8 3/8. So I'm just taking a little bit off. And with the hinge, you just never know. Sometimes the 8.5 will fit. Sometimes it won't. It just depends on also how you cut your chipboard. So I always start out with the whole measurement and then go from there. I'd rather cut down than have them too short. Much better. Much better. Now you grab your scoreboard. And on each one of these, we need to score 1/2 inch on the 7-inch side. So the top here is at the 7. And if you want to do the decorative corners, you'll want to cut them. It'll be a lot easier to cut them now before we put them down. Oh, that's my angle. use the scallop side. So what we have is this first one down, and then we have, so it's going to be put down somewhat like a waterfall. And then we'll do the bottom the same way. And for this, I will just use my wet adhesive. And I'll just trim those corners. I'm going to start with the bottom. I'm putting it to that, towards the corner, but I want to make sure that it matches up with the matting, not the chipboard. Now our second piece. When I put my strips in, it'll cover where I mitered that corner, and we probably should not have. I shouldn't have. Sorry. It's no big deal. You can definitely cover it up. I don't need to miter either of these corners. I don't know. I was thinking because it will be covered just fine. Sometimes it's just old habit. Now our second one will go down, matching the edge of the book. You can lay them both down on top, the top one on this one to make sure it's straight. I'm going to turn my book. So my thought process here was like the top would be the bride, the bottom would be the groom, and you can, do bride family, groom's family. And again, we want to make sure they're pretty much straight with the bottom ones. And just match your matting, and you should be fine. And this really adds room for pictures, especially the size. These come out to be 8 by 7, and they're pretty good size. You can put the full 5 by 7 pictures. And it opens bottom and top. We'll put our side one on. After we put these down, we'll get the measurement. I'm just going to turn my foot back around. Now you can even alternate. So you can have this pretty much set up any way you like, or you can have them both both your bottom and then your top. There we go. And what I did is I put my magnet, my large magnet, on the top one. Move my mouse. There we go. Now we're going to open all of our pages. Basically, let that magnet catch. That's where it's going to go. So there's our top magnet. There's the bottom. Closes nice. The centerpiece comes out to be 5 7/8 by 7 7/8. So on the 7 7/8 inch side, we're going to score it 1/2. And this would be the perfect place for the picture of the bride and groom. And this will sit right in this middle section. So you might need to measure between your two pieces to make sure you don't overlap. And I don't. I made sure that, let me see, I need to move the books so I can see without getting on the keyboard. There we go. Okay. There we go. So this is the book to the side. So this one, this piece will fit right at the top. And I forgot. I want to do my corners. So it's, sorry, it's out of camera. It's back here towards me. I'm just cutting my corners. So now we have the piece that comes from the side, which is a nice long piece. Wouldn't that be cute to put this picture of like the car, the limo that's leaving with the bride and the groom. Now, if you find, because the magnets you're using, it will depend, you're going through a lot of layers. You may need to add 2 magnets. Don't hesitate to do that, and but do it now, because if you don't do it now, you'll regret it. So if you're thinking that once you get all your paper, it's not going to hold, and you need to add another one, you might want to go ahead. Now you'll see your book's really filling up. So now we can do the back side with our envelope that will hold all the extra pictures of the bride and the groom. So I will be back in just a moment. I don't know why I said we were doing a pocket on the back. It's not. It's a waterfall. I am so sorry. So I cut 4 pieces that are 6 by 7. And 1 piece that is 2, that's going to be our closure, 2 by 7. So we're going to start on the 6-inch side, and we're going to score down 1/2 inch. And this is my bone folder I don't use because it does that. Let me just quickly cut another piece, 7 by 6. the bone folder, and I'll tell you, it does have a sharp edge. Back to our inexpensive one, works great. Okay, on the 6-inch side, we want to score at 1/2 inch. We will need a base page, and I'll show you how I figure that out. Oh, and then on the closure, here on the 7-inch side, just go ahead and score. Oh, I'm going to score this one at 1 inch. Okay, now we go ahead and fold up, because our waterfall is now at the side. It's not going to be, you know, up and down. Now to figure out what we need for a base, I use my scoreboard, because I don't like to just put it down in a book. It won't be straight. Then I know I've scored it 1/2. So now it's at 1. And this also ensures that it's not bigger, it's not going to be longer than my cover. So we are actually good. So I need a 7-inch piece by 7. So we want a square, 7 by 7. And I'll get that one cut. And it's like I'm going to need another, let's see what we've got here, piece of cardstock. Okay, I got my 7 by 7 base piece cut, and then I also went ahead and I did my corners, my edges, and I used this Martha Stewart that I've had forever. I had gotten it at Joann's at the time. I'm sure you can still get it, especially on Amazon or online. Now we want to make sure our base is the same width as our pages. And then I'm going to attach, well, as soon as I get that cleaned off there, there we go. Dries really quick. So the base helps to keep your waterfall pretty straight. You can just adhere it down to the book if you are one of those who are really good at getting everything straight. Now, when you finish this, you'll see you can use it as a waterfall, but in this book, I'm using it as pages. And I still like to work basically upside down to get everything straight. Quick look to make sure. And before I smash it all down, I just like to make sure we're straight. Now the base, if you find your base is off, that's easy to fix. You can just trim it, but it's harder to trim your pages. And page number 4. Okay, now I didn't do the back of this in the beginning because I like to make sure it's, you know, it's going to be long enough, because sometimes they come out just even, and you can even leave some extra space if you want to make sure when you're cutting this. There we go. When you get to the end, sometimes it's hard to match those little guys up. And then what I do is if I have an open one, I just cut it off. It's like I have one on each end. There we go. This is a really forgiving punch. That's why I like it so much. So there you have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. You can either put full size 4x6s, even 5x7s, just trimmed. One thing we need to do is that 2-inch piece. Okay, this is what's going to close our book. So you can put it directly on the base. Let me show you something. You can also, because it's going to have a magnet, it can come down from here. It does not have to go from that side. It can actually come from behind, because it has to do with the magnet is what's holding it. And you can also do a ribbon if you don't want to do this. Now, because of the thickness, let's go ahead and put a 1/4 inch so that we have room for pictures. So when it starts to bulge out, our waterfall, once we mat it, add pictures. There. See, we'll have some space. So if you want yours to come from the top like mine, so you need that 1/4 inch. Just decide where you want it to be. Now you can have it come this way also, but you need to clear the room. You still want that 1/4 inch, but make sure you clear the room if you've done a scalloped or any kind of punching. And just go to that first score line because you want that gusset so that your pages can expand. Now, for me, the magnet is not going to go clear on the back. Basically, it's just going to go with my on the top of the 3rd page. And I have 2 different. Let's see if these will work without me taking off the paper. Oh, very good. Sometimes you can get them in different in different packages, like the 2 negatives work. So that's great. And let's go ahead and take that off. Like I said, you want it to be probably grabbed it great. So that's where it's going to be on the back of this 2nd page. Now lift that up. I'm just holding it. Yay. So let me show you. It needs to go over here. Sometimes that'll work, sometimes it won't. Let's try this again. Okay, so see, I'm just letting it catch and release. And then let's put it down. There we go. And that is plenty to hold this down. And we won't put this down till the back is matted. Then you just add your adhesive and down it goes. Then you have plenty of room for pictures. So on the inside, we won't do the matting. This I will show, and we will get to matting the front and the back. And you can look at my finished album to see what I used to mat. So you'll just probably want to mat it, and then we'll go ahead and do this back side. I mentioned matting. Don't mat. I need to get in camera. Don't mat. We need to do our cover. But we're going to get started with the hinge first. And what I'm going to do is open the book to bring it down a little bit flatter. So I can show you what I've done. So I went ahead and put, I cut this 8 3/8 by 2 3/4. I wanted to leave some of the burgundy showing. And I already did one side because of the drying time. And actually for this, I really like glossy accents. Now I'm using what you would use on like a bridal dress for a corset. Now I did a video back when I did an envelope mini, and I believe I used Genevieve. So it's on YouTube, and I show how to do it by punching. So you can use a punch that has holes, like a scallop punch. Then you're able to take your ribbon through the holes. Now another thing you can use when you do these, and if you don't have the I can't remember what it's called. I just call it the wedding lace stuff. I do sell it in the store. This is a great one. Do you see these holes? Because I use a needle, a plastic needle, and they go right through there. It makes it so much easier. And then what you do, because I'm going to be using this anyway, you line it, you lay it over so that your holes now are on the side and you're able to do the lace up effect. So for this, I do use one of these needles, and I'm going to be using this ivory seam binding that we sell. And like I said, I already did one side. And I'm going to do this side with you, and then we'll let it dry, and then we'll go ahead and lace it up. I'm going to push my book a little bit. How I start, and I do like I said, the glossy accents, because it dries quickly, it's fast. But you can use hot glue, you can use a fabric glue, you could even use your art glue. It's just, I like how quick this one dries. Only problem is, with using glossy accents, it's fighting with the bottle, even when you have this kind of a bottle, because it's sticky. So I like to just start an edge. We're going to take a clip. Put it in between the pages there. Whoops. Let me get those guys down. And let those dry for just a second. Now with our glossy accents, we'll just start working down. Like I said, this will just, if I take the right one off, put this back on. I was trying to clean it. Like I said, even with these kind of bottles, the glossy accent can be really temperamental. And I've tried everything. So just go ahead and get it going. My lines aren't straight because I'm squeezing so hard. Doesn't take a lot. Glossy Accents is great for stuff. Only problem is it cakes shut with your bottles. Okay. I always joked, when we have young children, and if you've ever had a young child that picks their nose, I know this is gross, wipes it on the wall, I've always thought, there's got to be, somebody needs to manufacture this into a glue. Well, I swear they have. It's called Glossy Accents. Because not only does it not come off, but it does not open. And I'm sorry, that probably was too gross. It's funny the thoughts that come to our head while we're crafting. All right, we're almost there. Come on, we can just make it to the end. There we go. Okay, while we let that dry for a minute. So I'm going to close up my bottle. Now, I want to show you something. If you do purchase this, whether you purchase it from our store, because we do carry it in the black and the white, I want to show you a little trick with cutting this, because if you notice, if you cut it, it starts to come apart. So when I cut this, I look to see where that starts. So I leave that. So I didn't cut that off. And then when you go to cut your other end, so cut it so it starts like so. Leave some of this guy, because if you don't, it's going to unravel. Now that's why I have my fuzzy ends, and we'll clean that up, or you can take a cigarette lighter to it. Seal it off, or some Glossy Accents, and then it'll stay closed. Let me just put my scissors away for a moment. Now, I'm going to grab my needle, and I'm going to get it ready with my seam binding. You can use a string. I'd use really thin ribbon. Gosh, you can use just about anything you like. Make sure you get off quite a bit. You can crinkle it first. Make it look very, very old-fashioned shabby. But I just go ahead and stick it in the needle like so. Okay, I want to make sure my book's not upside down. Spread these pages so I can get it. There we go. So you get to decide, and we want to just be very careful. Now you can decide if you want to do every single one, every other one. And like I said on that video with where I show how to do it with your punch, so if you don't have access to this fabric, oh, sorry about the phone, let me turn that off. If you don't have access to this kind of binding, I do show how to use your punches, the ones that have scallop edges. You'll just have to, and one thing, I don't have enough on this side. I'm going to run out. We're getting all tangled. I'm going to actually take this out. Take this out and start over. You need to make sure you have plenty on both sides. So I am going to pull through my thread some more. Your ribbon will want to twist on you, so you'll just have to smooth it out as we go. You can do this by hand if you don't want to use a needle. These are just the plastic craft needles. I love them. So just have to. There we go. Now this piece at the bottom, I've done this totally backwards. Now, I'm not going to edit this out in case you've done the same thing, nor am I going to redo it since we already glued it down. I see what I did wrong. There we go. What I did wrong is I didn't use 2 needles. Okay. So this part of the video, I apologize, it is going to be a little bit longer. Because I really can't start it over. I'm going to take that lid off because it's about ready to drive me nuts. And I'm just going to dip the end of my paintbrush in there. Okay, clean that off. Okay, we're not going to play with that. So, like I said, I didn't grab 2 needles. I should have. Don't know what I was thinking. I wasn't. So we're going to go without the needles because I do have lots of playroom here. So once I get back going here, I probably can use my needle. There we go. Okay, it's one of those days. And I can take my clip over to this end while that's drying. There we go. Now we can do this the right way. So my right will go in this way. So we have our closed bottom. Now you can also do this under and over, or over and under. It'll just give you a different look. I'm just doing that to get a little bit more over my right hand. Just like, well, it is. It's just like doing the back of a wedding dress. Tweezers are also great during this if you're using a really little ribbon. Now see, the closer it is together, the less you're going to see of the paper behind. But you'll see more of your lacing here. So see, if we have a needle on both ends, it does make it go a lot quicker. And I thought about editing this and speeding it up. But then I thought if I make a mistake, it might be a mistake you made and you might need to be able to fix it. So if you are at this point, now this is what I'm going to continue doing, just back and forth. You can go ahead and, of course, speed it up. Just kind of click on your arrow there and bypass all this till I get to the top where I tie it. Now you can also do this with two different colors. And yes, you can go up one side and then bring your other one up the other side. There's just a lot of ways, however you're most comfortable doing this. Now when we open the book, that will spread just a little bit. Oops. Tweezers help too, like I mentioned. And then if you happen to pull up any of the glued areas, then you'll be able to glue it back down if you're going to be covering this with lace. So don't worry, you'll be able to fix it. Stand up. Let me. I'm going to cut it and go ahead and add 2 needles. Now this one is not plastic. But it has Big Eye. For this, I really like the plastic. You know how you start these tutorials and you just know it's going to go so smooth and then it doesn't. But you guys have been great. I know you've stuck through it this long. Hope you had a glass of wine. Tried not to babble too much with you. I know you want to get it done. That's the only, when you do it with your fingers, you can control a little bit better. Make sure you bring that needle over if you're doing the needles. Ooh, I hope I'm not going to be too short here. I still can fix that. It just takes a little time. So I'm trying to make sure everything is going to lay straight. Almost there. We're almost there. And you do have to straighten it out as we go. You really can't go back and try and get these pieces to lay down. Trust me, you need to do it as we're going. That's why this takes just a little bit of time. And like I said, mine, I should have had the one side longer. For my bow. And that can be fixed by, loosening up everything, but it's okay. Oh, and see what just happened? So mine did come loose, but that's not a problem. We can fix that with glossy accents. Get that out for just a moment. There's my clip. All right, we're going to have to let that dry for just a moment. So, this is kind of your chance to go back, look and see if you do need to try and, let me show you, bring up, need a little bit more. Sometimes you do run into twisting problems, so I usually just make one bow and then I'll make another one out of a different color. So I'm just going to leave mine alone. Really like how this one turned out. Now this actually I may have to use a little, yeah, we're going to have to use a little bit of stronger glue. I'm going to need, the hot glue, but we're going to be putting the lace down. But I want to show you there's tons of ways definitely to fix this, because that always seems to happen. Remember, you don't want to pull too tight on anything. And that's a terrible, terrible bow. But until I get it fixed, that's how it's going to be. But isn't that gorgeous? It makes that spine just pop. And see, I left, like I said, the paper there. Now we need to, not worried about that because there's going to be flowers and other things there. Now you need to decide what you want for lace. You're not going to put this down yet, of course. We have a few other things to do. Now your lace you can do a couple of things. You can actually have it, I like to put it even sometimes right with the loops. You might want a wider lace, and you might want more than one layer of lace. So this is where you can also take your different laces, different kinds, and layer them. and then pinch them over, or a wider. But you don't want to hide too much of your corset. Okay, so I'm going to add another layer of glossy accents here and get this little guy to glue down, and we'll go ahead and start working on, we'll work on this front cover. And I'll show you really quick. I did matte the inside of this, and I chose to go, oh, I haven't done this part. It's going to be just the ivory. I chose to keep it all the same until I got inside. And then I did the black. I did this exact same on the back side, and then we have the wedding bells. Oh, and I did add that extra magnet we talked about. For the back side, when I did the matting, I went ahead, because there was enough scraps, I was able to use all the patterns, and I'm going to go ahead and get that all finished. And this piece I wanted it to be a spread, because this is a nice place to journal, you know, what time the wedding was, the reception. You could even put, cut out those pieces of the wedding invitation to go there. And so I'll be back, and we'll get this cover now finished, and that's what we'll do, is we're going to do the cover, and that will be the end of the tutorial. And you've got a really nice album. Mine's getting very thick, and then you can go ahead and watch the walkthrough to see how I did the decorating. Okay, we're going to make the cover that I show how to do the cutaway. Now, one thing you want to decide on is the cut apart that you want to put in that's going to show. And to be honest with you, we're going to be cutting it down anyway to show. And I chose this lighter one. The best thing in life is to hold on to each other. But you can choose any of them as long as they're not the bigger. Now you can use the bigger, and I'll show you. You can spread that open even wider. So first thing we need, we're going to need two pieces for this. We need a background, and you can leave just your album cover if you want just the burgundy, but I like to have this background. I cut this 6 inches by 8 3/5. For the top, let's see, I need to get the roses. And I know they're in here. I'm using the one that is part polka dot. Let me just grab that one. Sorry about that. I thought I had another piece in there. So I'm going to cut this top piece 8 3/8 by 8 3/8. This is 8.5 or 8 3/8 by 6. Okay. Now you want to make sure. Yep, we've got the burgundy around to show. Mine's still sort of drying, but you want to make sure these two guys are the same size. And I chose the lovebirds, but you could actually put the lighter behind. It's totally up to you. One thing I didn't do is plug in. Gosh, tell you what, this album, for some reason, there's been a lot of steps to it, and I just haven't been prepared, and I apologize, but I just, and I should get a really good person that can edit. Okay, we're going to do some prep works before we put it down. Of course, you want to go ahead and ink the edges. And the reason I went 6 inches with this, and I'll explain it to you when we're cutting it. This needs to be the width that you're going to cut your opening, if that makes sense. If you want to make your opening more of a 7-inch opening, cut this 7-inch. If you want to be safe, I would go 8, because you're really not going to go any further than that. on an album cover that's 8.5 by 8.5, because you will rip it off. And these are really fun to do, especially on wedding and baby albums. So we will be putting this down, but first of all, check your top piece. Make sure this is the direction I want my pattern to go. You're going to want your ruler. Okay, now I'm going to turn this, and half of this is about 4 1/4. Doesn't have to be perfectly centered. You'll see why. I'm going to use a ruler, and I'm going to use my box knife, and I'm just going to go down to the 6 inch. I'm just going to split that paper, and I'm going to do it on the polka dot side so you can see better. Then I'm just going to take the ruler. I'm really not even, I'm not measuring. I'm just going to somewhat do like a miter. We're just going to cut some of that off. They don't even have to be perfectly even. We're just going to make that opening bigger. Wow, I really went off the ruler on that. I don't know what I was looking at, but it'll be perfectly fine. You'll see why. Wow, that was kind of weird. I'm going to go ahead and ink my edge. Okay. Before we put this down, I like to do this part. Anything round, pencil. Oh, actually, your paintbrushes are better. And I'm just wrapping that corner. And now I'm just rolling. Don't fear, you might tear. That's okay. That's where our flowers are going. We're just rolling it back. Then we're going to take this side, and we are also rolling this one back. This is exactly how I did the smaller cutout on the very back page. And there you have that opening. On the inside here, now is where we're going to add our lace. So I want to put this on the top. Turn it so you can work on it. And right now I'm just going to lay that there. Once I see about where it goes, cut it, leave some extra, because we'll be mitering that off. Now when you're using a lace such as the crocheted lace, it tends to be a little bit heavy, and you don't really want to overlap too much down here. And that's how that will look. But first we need to put down our saying. And I like I said, I like to do this before I get it on my album cover, just in case. You never know what might happen. So I'm going to take my saying, and I'm cutting it down pretty much to the writing. You can mat this also. Which you might do. Because we do want to have this flat. Put this there. I want to see how it fits. My lace will be over the top. You know, I think I will. I want to get a piece of the burgundy. I do want to mat this. I think the burgundy on the background will look really nice. It'll help it pop a little bit. So this then I cut down to 2 3/4 by 3 1/4. So I'm going to cut this at 2 7/8. I went about 1/8 of an inch over the 3 1/4. Let's see. Yeah, I need to take a hair more off. It's always hard when you cut your cut-aparts down. There we go. And go ahead and ink this edge, and we'll mat this. And, you know, you could pop this up on Pop Dots if you wanted it to pop up a little bit. Just make sure of your fit. And clean that up. Thank goodness for art glue, art glitter glue. And dry diaper wipes, because they work fabulous. Plus it dries clear. That helps. Okay, move this down so you can still add your flowers here and outside here. And making sure we match top to bottom. You want those to be the same. Then you can determine where you want this to be. Now, before we'll go ahead and put this down, then we need to make the cover, our latch that I did on the other one for our album. And it's actually really easy. Once again, it didn't look quite straight. Now I can get things straight. So what I'm going to do is do that so I know where my corner needs to go. And then we'll be putting this down, but first I want to put my lace. So once again, let's put this down. Determine how far you want it to stick out. And I'll show you. I like to have this hanging over the paper so we'll cut it straight across. You can, or you can leave enough out to wrap it. Depending on the thickness of your lace, then you might just want to wrap it. And if you want to do that, make sure you're leaving enough, or you can just cut it off even. Then determine how far in you would like it to be. Then I just lift this top piece up. And I am going to cut that just at an angle there. No, I need to grab my tools ahead of time, and I don't. There we go. Now on this one, I make sure I put the glue on the lace, not on the paper. And our next piece. Now this is the one that I have overlapping a little bit, so it shows there in the corner down here. Angle that off. Okay, before I go on, I make sure we look okay, and we do. Just bring that in a little bit more. Now I kind of got my visual by looking to see that that needed to be at the tip of my edge of the card. Make sure you like everything, how it fits, because you still, can do some tearing up if you need it. And then I can put some small flowers there. And if you want to wrap this, you can go ahead and wrap it. You can use your art glitter glue, hot glue, or your scored tape. Whatever you like to use. Now when I wrap, because I don't want all of this bulk underneath there, I just cut it at an angle. See, it's still wrapped, but it gets rid of some of that bulk. I'm just adding a little bit of the glue. Whoops. Let me get back. There we go. I knocked myself off the screen. We just want to get that edge down, clean it a little bit, make sure it's kind of flat. I'll just touch the top. Oh, there's some of that bulk we need to take off. Probably didn't get enough, no. Trying to use as little as possible and then flatten. There we go. Now on this piece, when I put it down, I'll use scored tape along this edge. Lined up. And so you still have room to pull this back. Now, once you play with it a little more, I don't do that till I get it on the book. You can still pull this opening and open this more. And then I will just reach in with my scored tape on this edge. So I won't even really worry about that till after I go along this edge, and then we'll work on that. I'll show you. Because you might want a little more lace showing, or you may even want to close it a little bit more. And depending on the paper, with this always, it's the heavy duty. It's heavy. It's good paper. Let me tell you. Now we can even go along that edge with our hot glue gun. Isn't that gorgeous? Really makes a different look on your cover. Okay, let's get our cover latch done. Now, the one thing with this is we want it to be underneath the paper. And I did the magnets in the back because I didn't want to get in the way of the front piece. And this, of course, is much too wide. So let's cut this down. And this is exactly 9 inches. Okay, let me bring this up. And that will give a nice bow out here. We're going to cut this down to 3. So it's 3 by 9. And I'm going to use the 1/2 inch Forte. No scoring, no nothing. And then also, then you'll mat this, of course. Okay, I'm going to find the middle of my book. I do want this to be pretty much in the middle. And it's 4 1/4. So I just put a little dot, basically, an indent. And that 1 inch, now I'll just put this in the middle. And then see, this will be covered. And then in the back is where our magnets are going to go. I'm going to flip this upside down. So you're going to want the large magnets. Now let me show you something that I've gotten in the habit of doing, because I know that I'm going to end up filling this. So I've been taking in spots just my ink cartridges and putting them somewhat in between my book, because I know by the time I get more stuff added, and I know this is kind of hard for you to see because it's down here at the bottom, but then I just eyeball. Now for me, yeah, that's probably going to be too much, so 1 should do it. And you can also just look at some of your prior projects and see, maybe you just need a notepad, but stick something inside there. So this is just a notepad I'm putting in between as if it was tags, because it is going to get a little bit fatter. Or you can do this at the very end. One rule of thumb is to keep it about the width as your hinges. Now, once you have it and you think that's about what you're thinking, you know, it's going to be, because this side isn't put down, of course, you'll put your magnets, or you can totally leave this to the end. And a lot of times that's your best bet so that it fits perfect. So you can go ahead and mount the top, but don't mount the back and do this part, because matting the back is nothing. That's the last thing I usually do. Then you can apply your magnets after you've decorated the whole inside. And that's what I did with this album, because I wanted that to stick out, but I didn't want it to be too short. So once you get that, you can just lay it inside if it's in your way. Now we can go ahead and get our cover on. So let's move this to the however you're comfortable working. And I'm going to lay this right down. Get any glue off. Okay, so this is the first thing that will go down. And I am going to use score tape. especially over that lace. Just make sure it's all down. You can attach this to the top piece if you like. I feel I do better by putting it down first. Like I said, this is how I did that little section on the back of that last page when I made the bride and groom peeking through. You just do it smaller version, of course. Okay, making sure my book's not upside down. I had this awful feeling that it needed to check it. I'm going to lay my book for me. Whoops, I'm going to lay it a little bit flatter to work on. Oh, on this one, if you want lace back here and you wrap your lace, you'll want to put it now, but because I'm going to have it extending over my the crisscross here we did, I'm not putting my lace on first. Okay, I'm just checking everything. Now, like I mentioned, one thing you might want to do at this point, because this does need to stick down. Okay, look at it, play with it, see where you're happy with it. Now, I'm going to use my 1/2 inch score tape again, but I'm sticking it out to the outer side of this edge. And don't go clear to the top. You don't want it to show. After we are done messing with the fold there, then we're going to remove the backing. I'll show you from the inside here. Right now we'll just go around the edge. And this little spot, you don't want to go all the way across. Just go to where your roll starts. And let's go across there, right where we tore that. Cover. Now, first of all, make sure you match that top with the piece that's already down there. Okay, I'm going to have to probably get my head here in the camera. Now you've got some room here to pull. There we go. Ah, I really did hit the camera hard. Sorry. A little bit of a wrinkle here. And thank goodness this linen paper is, there we go, forgiving. Yes. Can you believe I just did that with score tape? Can't do it now that I'm getting it really pushed down. Right there we have score tape. Okay, now the fun part. Let's go ahead and play with this for a few minutes. Get this where you want it. Okay. Have more room there. Okay, I like that. It doesn't happen usually that fast and easy. Let's go ahead now. You can remove this backing of your score tape. Sometimes, there we go. If I can get over here on the paper, it's easier to get a hold of that backing. There we go. There we go. Now, isn't that gorgeous? Flower time. So now it's time to decide what colors are you going to add to your album. One of my favorites is just to go with the ivory. Let me get this. I've got a couple. Not crazy about the greenery with it. Or if you're going to add, since we did pink, burgundy, I'm thinking I really like, the blush pink, because then I can add more ivory with it. Now these are the 49 in Market. I absolutely love these flowers. And they're not too big that we can't put 3 of them here together. Just clip the back. Now you also might want to place another cut apart, or just get some smaller flowers. We can really get them bunched up there. Or, excuse me, you might want to just take a bunch of small ones. No, definitely not. Definitely not. I'm thinking pink, and then I've got some ivory. I don't think I'll put anything in there yet. I really do like that on the outside, so I'm going to go ahead with those. But like I said, you can go ahead and add different cut aparts if you like. So probably the smaller ones. Maybe something like the wedding bells. And there you have it. That is our cover. Move those flowers over. Now, one thing I want to show you. Okay, that is now dry. Oh, I don't want to lay it that way yet. Now we want to take our lace. And at this point in the video, I don't have the lace that I want to use yet because I'm thinking I am going to go wider. All I will do now is add the hot glue. This will go down. Now make sure you leave some hanging over so that you can basically cap that edge. So whatever lace you choose. One thing that's also fun to do with this one, if you have it, is you can string a ribbon through here. And then that will tie in your corset on the back side. And then add your ribbon all the way through. And that looks really cute. So there you have the album with the peekaboo front and the always paper from Authentique. Don't forget to do this part. Now you'll just add your magnets on the back after you get the inside decorated. I wouldn't do it until then, or your closure is going to be off and you'll be really unhappy. So don't mat that back side. And like I mentioned before, you can add more to the inside. These flowers aren't quite the right color that I would choose. I have some other ivory, and I'll probably add those. So be watching for my walkthrough video so that you can see exactly, how I decorated it. And it's, it may not be how you want to decorate yours. But I'd love to see yours on Scrapbookers of Country Craft Creations. So I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. And don't forget to show me your finished projects. Whoops, I lost the video. Sorry, guys. I'm hitting all kinds of things on my keys. So thank you. And I know this is a really long video, and if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. I hope you enjoyed it. Bye-bye.